Interleague play returns tonight, Cleveland and Pittsburgh. Not at the confluence of Three Rivers, but at the corner of Carnegie and Ontario under the bright lights of Progressive Field, where the Indians have won 10 of 15 all-time head-to-head against the Pittsburgh Pirates, though the Pirates have won each of the last two series head-to-head. Turnpike rivalry renewed, Cleveland and Pittsburgh tonight here on Sports Time Ohio. Hi again, everyone. Matt Underwood alongside Rick Manning. Will be a little late getting underway tonight. Tarps on the field. Sun is shining. We did have some rain earlier. There may be a few sprinkles still in the offing, so right now they're playing the old wait-and-see game. Cleveland has their hands full tonight, Rick. Pittsburgh comes in having won 9 in a row. They are the hottest team in the National League, and the best way to slow down a red-hot team is with good defense, and hopefully Corey Kluber can return to his old form tonight.
Well, let's hope so. Corey coming back from his last start against the Yankees, which was on the 12th of July. He had an injection in his knee, and he's coming back. So it's been 11 days off. He said he needed it. He had his bullpen work in Texas. He's ready to go. He's 13-6 in interleague play, 1-2 this year. But look at the bats he's going to have to try and control. The Pittsburgh Pirates winning 11 out of their last 12, outscoring their opponents 68-29. They've been pitching very well as the starters. Their bullpen ERA is 1.64, and they shut down the Cincinnati Reds over the weekend. The bullpen did 8 2/3 of shutout baseball. They had 13 strikeouts. They pitched very well, so they're facing a very hot team.
Yeah, the Pirates are within 4 games now of a wild card spot in the National League, and they have some good young players and some good power hitters. Gregory Polanco, Starling Marte, they can take you deep. So that may be one of the key matchups, trying to keep them in the yard. And when the Indians keep the opposition from hitting home runs, they usually win.
Well, and Corey Kluber's given up 19 home runs this year, so he's given up the long ball. But, you know, a lot of times it hasn't hurt him. You know, he gives up a couple and solo shots and things like that. But going into this series, we're coming home. We're only home for 3 days, two games, 2 night games, an afternoon game on Wednesday. Hopefully they can take this series and take advantage of it.
Well, and you're talking about a Cleveland Indians team that when they play here at home, the last homestand notwithstanding, they did not play well. They did split the Final Four with the Yankees, but other than that, it was not a good homestand. Outside of that, though, they own the 4th best home winning percentage in the American League, so this has been a good place for them to play all season long. But as we said at the top, you got to pitch well and play good defense if you're going to beat this Pirates team who comes in with a whole lot of momentum. Andre Knott talked with Carl Willis before the game on our Hear Right Sounds of the Game.
Actually, the question everybody wants to know before the game starts. Did everything turn out the way you guys wanted it to with Corey getting the injection in his knee?
Yeah, I think so. You know, physically, he threw a bullpen Friday in Texas. Physically felt really good, and that's the most important thing. Obviously, as you know, many starters go through with this All-Star break period. You know, he's had a few days since he's seen the mound game activity, so I'm sure there'll be a little bit of knocking the rust off there. But more important than anything else is that physically he feels good and 100%, and that was the goal.
You talk about the All-Star break and how you have to change things up a little bit because it changes up the days. With Shane back to Columbus, I think he threw, what, 50 pitches? Just what have you thought of him? And what do you think of him going through this break and how that could help him?
Well, you know what? I guess a little different situation. He threw 170-plus innings in the minor leagues last year. You don't often see that for a kid who's only been in professional baseball a couple of years with full seasons. So, you know, feel like, you know, he's built and ready to get through that plateau and give us some innings here this second half. But I think it's important for a young guy to go out and continue to work. And we wanted to scale back the pitch count, but yet not let him have to sit and go, you know, almost 2 weeks without, you know, competing. So he did a very good job with it, and you know, he's been tremendous. And just that competing word, you know, he's had some situations where we've seen him, you know, the bases get dirty, and for a young guy, he doesn't get intimidated by that. He seems to be having a very good idea of how to manage those situations and you know, get through that without a lot of damage. And I think it speaks volumes of his maturity as a pitcher.
I know you haven't been here the last couple of years, but with Trevor Bauer coming out of the All-Star break, he always just seems to have trouble. In his own words, he told me the other night, he said, you know, he goes, he's tried to go down in AAA, he's tried to throw a single, he's tried to throw with friends, he tried to go to an All-Star game, but he still battled his way through the game the other night. I know he's a tough customer on himself, but what can you take from where he's at after getting through that All-Star game and kind of I don't know, fighting through in that last game in Texas?
Well, you know what? He works extremely hard, and as you said, he told me, he goes, I've done everything. I've thrown, I've not thrown, I've stayed with my routine. You know, this time in particular, he actually was pitching on normal rest. But I think, you know, the difficulty is, you know, we show up at spring training and we're together every day, with the exception of a few off days that we don't come in here, and the routines of being around your teammates and doing your work together, and just hearing those voices. You know, you can't find that. It can't happen during the All-Star break. And yeah, I think, you know, uncharacteristic from Trevor. You know, he you know, spraying the ball around a little bit, and then I'm sure he was frustrated. But I think the silver lining of it is, okay, while it's not great, it's kind of been his norm, and he understands that, and he's been able to bounce back from that. It's just been the one start, and boom, he's back into being Trevor. So that's what we're looking for.
All right, where were you at when you heard the Brad Hand and Simber were on their way to Cleveland? And what does that do to the bullpen, and especially with a guy like Simber? Like, how do you work with a guy that he throws? There's nobody else throwing like him right now.
Well, I was actually at home during the break in North Carolina, and got the email on Thursday morning, and scared the heck out of my wife because I was yelling for joy. You know, they're two, particularly Brad, obviously is very accomplished as a closer. He's a two-time All-Star, but Simber as well has really come on this year and been able to be a leverage guy, and certainly a difficult guy for right-handed hitters to face. So it just gives our bullpen, you know, more depth, particularly with guys that we can go to and leverage innings. You know, with, you know, the Andrew Miller on the horizon, hopefully soon here. It just gives us more guys to not only go to in those close game situations, whether we be a run or two up or a run or two down, but also allow some guys to pitch in more, you know, comfortable situations and allow us to keep everyone fresh. So, you know, hats off to the front office. I think it was a very, very strong move.
What is the horizon with Andrew Miller?
He's actually pitching in Akron on Tuesday of this week. You know, we have a couple outings planned for him later on in the week, and you know, we're hoping to see him back here at Progressive Field soon. At the same time, you know, we're not going to rush it. We're going to make sure that, you know, obviously we feel he's ready, but more importantly that he feels like he's ready. And, you know, we're willing to go through that and that time period. And when he gets back, we'll all be excited.
Is it fair? I mean, we're almost in August. Original injury happened, I want to say, end of April, beginning of May. Is it fair to say he's going through a spring training kind of trial right now, or a little bit something like that?
A little bit like that. You know, I think, you know, as now the volume has started to pick up, you know, he's pitching in rehab games. So just, you know, that exertion of energy and being able to do that, you kind of have to, you know, build your endurance back up, and you know, your recovery time has to return. So, you know, he's doing all the, I think, you know, what we wanted to do was do this right, not cut any corners, make sure that we took the time we needed to take to be sure that when he comes back, everyone's comfortable, particularly him, and we feel like we're getting close to that point.
You know, Rick, when you hear Carl Willis and you think about the Indians bullpen and you think about Corey Kluber, who's starting tonight, in his last start against the Yankees, he gave you 7 innings. He had given up 4 runs, couple 2-run innings, but he really had given you a solid outing against a very powerful Yankee lineup. But because the bullpen was in the situation it was, Tito pushed him into that 8th inning, and that's where he maybe overextended him a little bit. Now that the bullpen, you've got a couple of new pieces, Brad Hand, Adam Simber, Andrew Miller on his way back. Hopefully that'll maybe allow Tito to ease some of the burden off the starters rather than push them harder in the second half.
I don't see that happening yet because the bullpen is still, in my opinion, in a state of flux. You've got your closer who's not really closing. He's got mechanical issues, and Cody Allen. And, you know, they're trying to work him back into things. You don't have Andrew Miller back yet, and you have new pieces to the puzzle in the trades, but still somebody has to step up in situations like this. So there's really no consistency going on in that bullpen. So I think he's going to continue to push these starters if he can until he figures out that bullpen and get it going in the right direction, because, you know, will Cody Allen get back to closing games the way he used to? We'll see. When that happens, yes. when Miller comes back, if he can pitch like he used to, yeah, that could happen too. But you got to get back to that point, and it may not be for another couple of weeks.
Well, let's bring Andre Knott in with the new pieces to the puzzle in the bullpen. How's that playing in the clubhouse?
Well, in the clubhouse, there's a lot of excitement. I think these guys appreciate the moment and the time that the upper management understands that they needed some help and that they have a true opportunity to try to go out and win. Now, to go off the question you asked Arch, I understand where Arch is coming from, but for Tito's sake, and with what's happened with Corey Kluber, yes, getting the injection in the knee was something that was going to happen anyway. But it was tough, Matt, Rick, to watch him go 7 innings against the Yankees, know that he was already about 100 pitches, and to watch what happened and then to have that news 24 hours later, I think that was a jolt to a lot of fans. Yeah. Now, Tito said on the first night back Friday, back in Texas, that was a little bit how he wants to start using the bullpen, even though Trevor Bauer didn't go as long as he wanted him to. It was easier for him. So I guess what I'm trying to do is split this down the middle. Yeah, you're right, Arch. The guys in the bullpen have to pitch better to get their defined roles. But as a manager, Tito said, I was able to manage a little bit more like I wanted to Friday night because he has the arms that they think will be better than where they were in the first half.
I guess the way I look at it is you can't continue to push the starters,
right,
or that's going to break down and cost you in the long run. The bullpen guys have to pitch better. We've seen small spurts, we've seen signs, but consistently, that's what we're looking for.
And we haven't gotten to the tough part of the season yet. August is usually, they call it the dog days.
Yeah.
Now, I mean, they've pushed their starters all year long, but you have to settle down your bullpen. And, you know, the starters are going to give it up a little bit more sometimes. That's understandable. They can't be as good as they have been all year long and start eating up the innings. But they're in a division. They have a 9.5 game lead. Somebody's got to step up. You're going to have to give your guys some rest every once in a while. Kluber now going to pitch on 11 days rest. Carrasco was on the disabled list for some period of time. The only one I think that's going to have to continue to do this is Trevor Bauer, because he seems like he's a machine.
Well, you know, you talk about that. Mike Clevenger yesterday wasn't at his best. You look at over the weekend, 2 of the 3 starters weren't at their best, but they got you deep into the game. And to say, go off of what you talked about, Arch, yesterday was frustrating because what's a 3-2-0 game in the 8th inning?
Yeah, it was a 2-0 game, right.
And you give up 3 there in the 9th inning, you don't have a chance to come back. I think that's where you're saying as a bullpen, we get so caught up in when you have the lead. You know, you go to the middle man, then you go to the closer. I thought yesterday was one of those games where it's like, that's where you got to hold it there so you can have a walk, a bloop, and try to tie it up in the 9th. That's the frustrating ones, in my opinion.
Yeah, I'm not talking about getting to your setup men and then getting to your closers. There's games that can be won when you're down by 2 runs, when you're going into the 6th inning, where the bullpen has to keep it a 2-run game and you can't give up an extra run and give your offense a chance late in the game to come back. We haven't done that very well this year, in my opinion. They've given up, you know, they've made a 2-0 lead into a 5-0 lead yesterday. You know, you cannot sometimes in a 1-run ball game give up anything else if you expect to win a ball game. And I always say that an offense is only as good as a bullpen is only as good as your offense, and an offense is only good as your bullpen, because if they get you runs late in the game, you can't give it back.
Andre, what's the latest on Andrew Miller? We heard Tito say he's going to pitch him every other day, then a back-to-back scenario over the weekend. Could we see him before the month of July is over?
I would guess, I'm going to say no, and I don't have that formulated. I would think that, because I'm just going off the schedule, Matt. You have the day off on Thursday. You go to Detroit for 3. You go to Minnesota for 3. That's August 1st. You come back. And I would say that's probably the best, because they're going to pitch him tomorrow in Akron. He's going to pitch Thursday. It could be single A, where they haven't told us exactly. But I don't think they care who he's throwing against. They just want him to throw, if that makes sense. Then Saturday, Sunday, I think they're going to try to get him to go back-to-back. So you take those up, and then there's 3 games in Minnesota. What's the point of flying him to Minnesota if they've taken their time to this point? I think they want to see where he's at after he goes back-to-back on Sunday, Matt. And then they'll try to go through it. I think, and talking to him and being around Andrew, I think the main thing for him is just getting his body back to feeling the way he wants it to feel. I think he's feeling comfortable throwing the ball. We had some highlights from him throwing in Columbus yesterday. And I just think that they want to get him going and get a good routine going. So when you get him back out here, he's not feeling the leg out, he's not feeling for his pitches, and he's Andrew Miller. I think that's the main thing when you talk to Carl, when you talk to Tito, when you talk to Andrew. Andrew doesn't want to come back and be half of himself. He wants to come back, and he wants Tito to be able to say in the 6th inning, 7th inning, 8th inning, or 9th,
I can carry the load you need me to carry.
Yeah, you don't want him to come back with any strings attached, so hopefully that will be the case when he is ready to roll. We are not ready to roll just yet here at Progressive Field, though, as you can see, the sun is shining, but we're still in a delay.
Get the sunglasses out.
Here's a couple drizzles right now.
We'll come back with more from Progressive Field right after this. WB Mason, the official office supplier of the Cleveland between the Indians and the Pirates here tonight at Progressive Field. A rain delay pushing us back, but both teams getting ready, as you can see. So while we have just a few more minutes to kill here, it's if you haven't had enough Corey Kluber,
you're going to get some more.
Come to the right place. Here's an interview Andre Knott did recently with number 28.
How did All-Star break work out for you, even though you didn't pitch in the All-Star game?
It was fun. It's still a good time to get to go and, watch your teammates, get to hang out with the other guys, and, still an enjoyable experience. Obviously, I would like to pitch, but still had a good time.
For you, you understand when anything happens that's different, people get worried or people get concerned. For you, was this something with your knee that you were going to do no matter what happened in that last start, to get ready for the second half?
Yeah, we had discussed it for a while, so it wasn't, just because I gave up 6 runs or whatever it was, that wasn't the reason why we decided to do it. I think it was more so that we had an opportunity to kind of use the All-Star break as a chance to get some rest and hopefully some downtime to kind of get it better along with the other things we've been doing.
Your first reaction when you heard about the trade that the team made during the All-Star break?
I was excited. I think that that's a few years in a row now where the front office has made moves that have put us in a good position to hopefully play well if we're able to get to the postseason. So I think that we're all excited about it.
Everybody has all the numbers now. We can talk about how many fastballs you throw, how many off-speed pitches you throw. Has there been a difference in why you've thrown certain pitches at certain times this year, maybe more than last year?
No, I think it's just game by game, batter by batter, what's working for you, how that plays into the scouting report, things like that. Obviously if you don't feel good with a pitch, you might not throw it as often, or if you do feel good with something, you might throw it more. But, I don't go out there with a plan to throw X amount of fastballs or Y amount of off-speed pitches. I think it's just you have a game plan and you adjust the hitters based on that game plan.
I know it's important, and it feels good to go to the All-Star game. But for a guy like you that's been around Jan, as long as you've been around him, and for all you pitchers, how awesome was it to see him and his family be able to experience that for what he's given up for you guys?
Yeah, it was awesome. I think that it was deserving, but I think that, like you said, for the stuff that he does for the pitching staff, it was nice to see him get some recognition for himself as well.
Now you see Corey Kluber making his way into the Indians dugout, which indicates we're not too far away from getting this game started here tonight. They're rolling up the tarp and putting it away. A brief homestand for the Indians. 3 games between Cleveland and Pittsburgh. And the first pitch is coming up next. Warm, humid, but hopefully the rain is gone.
I think it feels pretty good. I don't feel a whole lot of that humidity. Sort of a nice day. Evening.
It's going to be 75 degrees at game time as we await tonight's first pitch. Right now, the ceremonial first pitch is being tossed out. Lineup cards being exchanged at home plate. This is game number 99 for the Indians on the year. Tribe comes in at 54 and 44. And the Pirates come in at 51 and 49. Pittsburgh's just 4 back in the wild card race in the National League. They are 8 games behind the Chicago Cubs in the NL Central. The Indians still 9.5 better than Minnesota in the American League Central Division. Now, all time in this interleague matchup between Cleveland and Pittsburgh, the Pirates hold a slight edge over the Indians. They have won 19. The Indians have won 17 times. Interestingly enough, though, all-time interleague, the Indians have won 197 games. They've lost 200. So they're 3 games below 500 all-time in interleague play. The Pirates, though, are 159 and 182 all-time in interleague play. So they've had a tougher time with the junior circuit, as they like to say over there in the National League.
Yeah.
Did that ever gall you while you were playing?
No, it's always, you know, the National League always felt like it was a better league, and it's, you know, the veteran, the senior league. You know, that's fine. I have no problem. I mean, you know, when you look at all-star games when they meant something, or the exhibitions, you know, it's taken its toll, where the National League used to dominate the American League back in the, you know, the 70s and the 80s. Now the American League dominates the National League, so it doesn't matter. But I do like one thing. One of these days, the National League will adapt the designated hitter and get rid of the pitcher, you know, hitting. And when that happens, then it'll be fair, because tonight they get to use a DH, you know, and the pitcher doesn't have to hit. And I bet he's going to be glad for that.
Yeah. I mean, it definitely is a benefit to the National League club to come and play in the American League City, and a disadvantage for the American League club to go over there because their pitchers never hit. But you all know that argument. We've been talking about it for years.
Yeah, let's check it out now. Corey Kluber taking the mound. He's been waiting for this start for a long time. He will be the Northern Ohio Honda starting pitcher for the Indians. And Corey, as we mentioned, his last start came against the Yankees on July 12th. He had a shot in his knee, did his rehab, and sat down. So 11 days after that, he's coming out 100%. They say he feels health-wise. He did his bullpen in Texas, and this is his first ever start against the Pittsburgh Pirates. And there's only 3 other teams that he's never pitched against in his career, and the Pittsburgh, it was one of them. He had 4, but now there is only 3. So Corey coming in 12-5 at 2.76 ERA, and hopefully we'll keep an eye on that breaking ball and see how it goes, and keep an eye on his knee as well.
All right, let's take a look at the Pittsburgh Pirates starting lineup for manager Clint Hurdle. Corey Dickerson will lead it off. Starling Marte bats second. Gregory Polanco is hitting third. Elias Diaz, the catcher, bats cleanup. Colin Moran, the DH, bats fifth. Josh Bell will hit sixth. Then it's David Freese, Josh Harrison, and Jordy Mercer batting ninth.
And the Indians defense brought to you by Dodge looks like this. Brantley in left, Naquin in center, Cabrera over and right. On the infield, it's Ramirez at third, Lindor at short, Kipnis is at second, Alonso at first, and Gomes doing the catching.
Bill Miller, the crew chief, will call the balls and strikes. Alan Porter is at first, Nick Marley down at second base, and Chris Guccione is at third. And with that, we're ready to go. Corey Dickerson will lead it off. Dickerson, no stranger to the American League, formerly with Tampa Bay. But boy, he is having a stellar season for Pittsburgh. He is 5th in the National League with a .315 batting average.
Yeah, he's homered in the last 4 games, and a total of 5 homers in the last 4 games.
And Kluber's pitch is fouled back.
Their outfield, their first 3 hitters, they have been on fire. They had a great series against the Cincinnati Reds. They're combined .370. 3 doubles, triples, 7 homers, and 13 ribbies in the last 3 games.
Kluber's fastball took off on him. Here's Jeff Branson, one-time Cleveland Indian and a hitting coach for Clint Hurdle's Pittsburgh Pirates. Ground ball wide of third, in the hole and into left field. A leadoff single for Dickerson. Storylines brought to you by Wayside Furniture. Pirates in interleague play averaging better than 6 runs a game. And Corey Kluber averaging almost 8 strikeouts per walk. #1 in the majors. Starling Marte riding a career best 15-game hitting streak. And Kluber again is having trouble either with that landing spot that he keeps kicking at or something. His fastball delivery a few times tonight, it's been sailing high. Cut under that one too, you could see.
Yeah. First thing he does is look down, and there's really no stride there.
High fly ball, center field. Tyler Naquin camps under it. 1 down.
Just got underneath that one, put a good swing on it.
Number 25.
It's going to bring up Gregory Polanco. Polanco, another big dude, 6'5". Signed by the Pirates out of the Dominican Republic. Foul back. Originally, he was a pitcher. But I think when the Pirates signed him, they looked at him and said, man, with that build he has and the way he can move, we like him as an outfielder. Swung on and missed.
Nice cutter down and in.
To first, it's fair. Alonso tags the bag, throw down, double play, ends the inning. Corey Kluber gets a 2-for-1 ball. And now the Indians are coming to bat when we come back.
mound for the Pittsburgh Pirates. He is our Northern Ohio Hyundai starting pitcher. Never pitched against the Indians. He is 4-1 with a 2.05 over 7 career interleague starts. He is 7-7 this year.
Francisco Lindor will step in and lead it off for the Indians. Lindor 5th in the American League with 25 home runs. He is 2nd in doubles with 33 and looks at a fastball strike. Good fastball, ran it up in the zone. Williams, a San Diego native, originally drafted by the Marlins out of Arizona State. Pounds the fastball up and in. His 7 wins for Williams this year equals his career best, which he established last year when he went 7-9 for the Buccos in 25 starts, 31 games overall. Lindor pops one to shallow left center. Dickerson calling for it, but Marte says, "Get out of here. This is my neighborhood." 1 down. Here's the rest of the Tribe starting nine for Terry Francona, brought to you by Progressive Insurance. Michael Brantley in the 2-hole. Jose Ramirez batting 3rd. Yandy Diaz gets the start in the cleanup spot tonight with Edwin Encarnacion sitting out. Yonder Alonso bats 5th, and it's Melky Cabrera, Jason Kipnis, Yan Gomes, and Tyler Naquin batting 9th. Brantley is the 6th best hitter in the American League, batting at home, hitting .346 here at Progressive Field. He sends a long fly ball deep right center field. Polanco onto the warning track and makes the catch for out number 2.
Let's check out that Pirates defense. In the outfield and left field, it'll be Dickerson. Marte will be in center field, Polanco over and right. It'll be Freese at third base, Mercer at shortstop, Harrison is at second, Bell is at first, and Diaz doing the catching.
Jose Ramirez, the baseball world leader in home runs with 30. Ramirez also tops in extra base hits with 60. Second to Boston's J.D. Martinez in runs batted in. Ramirez with 72 of those to lead the Tribe.
And a changeup. Nice changeup coming off that fastball, which is about 91, 92. Changeup's 83.
Well placed fastball. 2-2.
He hasn't pitched more than 6 innings in his last 3 starts. It went 5 in his last start before the break. That was against the Nationals. Did not allow a run on 4 hits. You can see they don't want him to throw that fastball, at least to Ramirez. And told now by the way he grips that ball, it's almost like a split.
He turned that baby around. And as you said, if you're going to throw that fastball, you don't want to throw it middle in. He got him to swing and miss at a good fastball, but it was away. But if Ramirez is sitting looking for it middle in, it's going to get hit.
It'll get hit hard somewhere. like that.
Right into the glove of Harrison to end the inning. The Indians go in order, and we are scoreless after 1.
In the top of the second inning, leading off for Pittsburgh and batting fourth, the catcher, number 32.
MLB TV is now available at a lower price. For $82.99, you can watch every out-of-market regular season game live or on demand. Your subscription includes MLB At Bat Premium, which allows you to watch live baseball on your favorite supported devices. Blackout and other restrictions apply.
Elias Diaz leads off for Pittsburgh. Here in inning number 2, Diaz, a .287 hitter on the year. But in interleague play, he's been tough to corral, going 8 for 18 against the American League.
Well, Pittsburgh 10-2.
Yeah.
Against the Central Division in the American League. They played well like a lot of other teams.
By the way, you said earlier you thought it felt nice when I mentioned the humidity. We're going to send you to the doctor and get you checked out.
Feels nice.
87% humidity here at game time tonight.
You better. Can I go now? it's nice.
You're going to need a note from Mom first.
Oh gosh.
2 balls, 2 strikes. Elias Diaz, 7 homers, 10 doubles. And the 2-2 is popped in the air, shallow center field. Naquin will make that catch. 1 down. Lowe's whole team together, and the whole starting rotation of the Cleveland Indians is one of the tops in baseball with a .347 ERA. Only the Astros and Dodgers can boast of better earned run averages.
2 teams that were in the World Series last year. You know, once after this series is over, we'll have 1 interleague series left, and that's in Cincinnati in August.
Colin Moran. An infielder by trade, serving as the DH tonight. And he Lines one to deep right field. Melky Cabrera will play it on a hop. And the Pirates have their second hit.
What a good swing on a fastball here from Kluber. You know, when you've never faced him before, check it out on our Nissan pitch tracker. That fastball comes back over the plate, and he didn't care. He didn't miss it. He put it in play and got a base hit. So good swing, second hit for the Pirates.
Good recognition by Moran. We see a lot of left-handers give up on that pitch.
Well, that one leaked over the plate. It wasn't in off the plate and really come to the inside part. So he gave him a little swinging room on that.
Josh Bell tied up. He didn't have a lot of swinging room, and he fouls it back. Bell having a good month of July, batting .364 for Pittsburgh. And he's found a hole batting in the 6th spot in Clint Hurdle's lineup. Kipnis boots it, but gets it to Lindor in time to get the force. But instead of an inning-ending double play, David Freese will get a chance to bat with 2 down.
Yeah, that's a double play, not turned right there. It should be automatic, but Kip came out of the glove, and then once that happens, you're not going to turn the double play.
Third baseman David Freese.
So David Freese, the veteran cornerman for the Pirates. Freese has come off the bench to lead the Pirates with 7 pinch hits this year. .155 at bats total this season.
Yeah, he can get it rolling if he plays a lot. He hasn't been playing every day.
Sky high pop up. Ramirez calling for it, and Alonso did too, and they dropped the ball. And that's going to force Corey Kluber to have to make some more pitches.
Well, that's right. That's back-to-back bad plays. And you know what? I thought I heard Ramirez calling for it. And I think now he's calling for it. But then he called for it once. And I thought I heard Ramirez. I'm not sure. But you know what? That's a routine play. It's got to be caught. Communication breakdown. You can't give any extra outs. And they've just given him 2 free outs.
Ramirez was waving his glove. I don't know if he verbally communicated it, but
well, I heard someone yelling, and I did see Alonso call for it early, but you got to call for it more than once.
Who did they give the error to?
I don't know. Be Ramirez.
For those of you who are experiencing a frozen picture right now, we're working on that to try and correct the problem. First and third, 2 down. Josh Harrison, the batter. Good swing and a miss. Boy, that was a heck of a pitch by Kluber. You can see Harrison badly fooled. It's 0-2. Play to the right. Now the 0-2, and that's mashed, and that is gone. And the mistakes are really compounded on an 0-2 pitch. Josh Harrison with just his 5th home run of the season. And the Pirates take a 3-0 lead.
That goes to show you, you give a team an extra out. Not only one, they gave them 2 extra outs. And then a bad pitch, and it's 3 runs. An 0-2, 3-run homer. And boy, a bad inning for the Indians right here.
You can see where they wanted it, and you can see where it ended up. And that is also what happens when you run into a team playing as well and as hot as the Pirates are right now.
Sure.
Jordy Mercer, he lines one into the left field corner. And on the throw to second, he's in standing with a double.
The hitter now for the Pirates, left fielder Corey Dickerson.
And we go back to the top of the order in Corey Dickerson.
Yeah, they, like we told you, one of 11 of the last 12. Outscoring their opponents 68-29. It is now 71-29. They have been awfully good offensively, but a couple extra outs certainly helped them this inning.
Swung out and missed. Fouled back out of play. Told now the error was charged to Yonder Alonso on the pop-up that was dropped in front of the mound. Up and away. And a 1-2, up and away. So you had the misplay by Jason Kipnis on a certain double play ball. The miscommunication between Alonso and Ramirez as they collided and dropped a certain inning-ending pop-up. And then an 0-2 pitch that Corey Kluber missed his target, ended up middle of the plate, and Harrison belted it for a 3-run homer.
Yep, an ugly inning.
And the Pirates aren't done yet as that one is pulled foul. Dickerson, who singled through the left side of the infield his first time up, came up with the Rockies and moved on to Tampa Bay. And the Pirates got him in an off-season trade. Last year, Dickerson played in 150 games for Tampa. He hit .282 with 27 homers.
Yeah, he got off to a great start in that first half with the long ball.
He was an American League All-Star. And the 3-2 pitch is outside. Boy, is this inning gone sideways. And that's going to bring out pitching coach Carl Willis.
Yeah, it's a 25-pitch inning right now, and he should well be into that dugout with a 0 on the board. So it's really unfortunate. And he's going to have to dig deep here because Marte's a guy, as we mentioned, this outfield, the top 3 hitters have been on fire. But they got a little help from the bottom half of their lineup.
StatCast powered by AWS.
That's an 0-2 pitch going 432 feet. A mistake made, and he crunched it.
And the 8th man to bat in the inning is Starling Marte. This is a Pittsburgh team that comes into tonight 5th in the National League with a team batting average of .254. They're 6th in the National League in runs scored, averaging 4.5 per game. 5th in doubles, 8th in home runs. But what they do really well, they are the hardest team to strike out in the National League. They have the fewest number of strikeouts as a team. And they execute when they have to. They lead the National League in sacrifice flies. You know, it's one of those little things. You know you're not going to execute every time. You'd love to get that runner home from third with less than 2 out every time you get the chance. But if you do it better than everybody else,
yeah, you do
gives you a little bit of an
the
edge.
little things well. They play their 16 and 12 in one-run games, and they continue.
Coming around third, Mercer's waved home. Here's the throw to the plate, not in time. And a 4-run inning for Pittsburgh as Mercer scores. Dickerson goes to third, and Marte just kept on rolling. He ends up at second base, picking up his 50th run batted in on the year.
Well, he put a good swing. This ball is up and out over the plate. He stayed on it with no stride. I noticed a couple of these Pirate hitters are not taking any strides. This ball is cuttable. That's where Alonso could have cut that ball and went to second base and got an out, even though the run still would have scored, but might have been out of the inning had he cut that ball.
And so the 9th man to bat is Gregory Polanco. Inside, ball 1.
This is one of those innings where if you want to go back and look at it, you just hit the delete button. Delete, delete, delete. He had 2 outs. He had 1 out and a man on first base. And a ground ball double play to get out of it. Couldn't do it. And it just unfolded and unraveled since that point.
Might be considered gallows humor at this point, but I like the Craig Shoemaker reference.
Thank you, Doctor.
Threw it by him. Zach McAllister is getting loose in the Cleveland bullpen as Corey Kluber laboring through a long inning that should have been in a long time ago.
Yeah, he had a nice first inning. Got the double play ball. And a 30-pitch inning here. You rarely.
Oh boy. Deep right. Is it playable? Back to the wall. What a catch by Melky Cabrera. Now is he okay? He grimaces, but he gets up and heads in. It could have been a lot worse. Pirates score 4. Cabrera saves a few more. Well, it's been an ugly start. The good news is there's a long way to go. Bottom of the second inning, Indians down 4-0. And Yandy Diaz will lead it off. Trevor Williams misses outside, ball 1.
Yeah, the clouds are starting to come back again. Ground crew is perched behind the tarp. Well, they must be expecting something else coming in. Well, let's see if they can maybe answer that 4-run inning and get something on the board to get a little momentum.
Diaz with a ground ball to short, and Jordy Mercer slings it across for out number 1.
Well, this 3-game series with the Pirates features a 1:10 Wednesday start here. 10,000 fans are going to receive an Indians beach towel. That'll be courtesy of Lexus. Check out Indians.com for the tickets. Then we head right back out on the road after an off day Thursday.
The Trevor Williams story for the Pirates is a story in perhaps maybe perceived organizational dysfunction. As Alonso sends a harmless fly ball to center. Williams was a 2nd-round pick of the Miami Marlins. But the Marlins hired away Jim Benedict, who was a special assistant, and he worked hand in hand with Ray Sears to turn around a lot of great pitchers' careers in Pittsburgh. He was hired away without the Pirates' permission. So Pittsburgh says, hey, we need some compensation. So they had to they made a trade where the Pirates sent him a low-level prospect who I don't even think is still in the game anymore. And Trevor Williams is the guy they got in return.
No kidding.
And 3 years later, the Marlins dismissed Jim Benedict. He's now working with the Chicago Cubs.
Oh, my goodness.
So they gave up a guy like this.
Right.
The Marlins of all teams, who need every prospect they can get these days. Just wonder how in the world those things can happen.
So they won their appeal, though, that they needed some compensation.
Yeah. Fouled back. Jim Benedict, by the way, was a scout for the Indians organization for a couple of years back in 2007, 2008. Melky with a line drive, base hit right field. Down to Andre.
Well, as you guys talk about Williams, the thing that the hitters for the Indians were told, look for a lot of sinkers, a lot of changeups, and an occasional curveball, but they respect what he does because he pitches away from the big part of the bat. Hasn't given up a lot of big hits in his last few starts.
Yeah, he hasn't gone deep either, but I've seen that changeup, a lot of the, which we think it's a split from the way he holds that baseball. Doesn't seem to challenge you a whole lot.
Jason Kipnis pops one up left field near the line. Dickerson inning over, 2 complete. It's the Pirates 4 and the Indians nothing. our Miller Lite Hold True moment. Hopefully we haven't already seen it. Pittsburgh taking advantage of some miscues by the Indians in the second inning to score 4 runs. First ball swinging. Elias Diaz pops one to center. 1 down. This is where it starts. 1 on, 1 out. Double play ball to second. After that misplay, Corey Kluber had to make 21 pitches before the inning finally came to an end.
Yeah, and that was the crusher, the 0-2 hanging breaking ball that Harrison crushes to left. They added 1 more.
Colin Moran lined a single to right his first time up. Weekly tapped first base sign. And a 1-2 pitch. Threw it by him, strikes him out. Kluber has his first K, 2 down in the inning.
Here comes a breaking ball. It's still upstairs, but he get away with it. It's like a little spinner out there.
Now Josh Bell. Bell was a Pirates' second-round pick 7 years ago. Native of Irving, Texas. Pulls that foul. How about this? You'll like this, Arch. Josh Bell went to Jesuit College Prep School in Dallas, Texas. The same school that produced Jordan Spieth.
No kidding.
They both graduated the same year.
Huh.
Just missed up high with a fastball.
Hey, Matt, did you say this kid is out of Irving, Texas?
That's his hometown, yeah.
Look how big he is. How is he not a football player?
Right?
Coming from down there. Wow.
How the Cowboys miss him. High in the air, pretty deep to center. Back is Naquin. Makes the catch. On 10 pitches, Corey Kluber cruises through the third.
It's $15 for kids 12 and under with the purchase of an adult ticket. Kids tickets are located in the family deck here at the ballpark and are only available at indians.com/kids ticket.
Jan Gomes to lead off the home half of the third for Cleveland, down 4-0. Ground ball to third. Gomes is retired, one down. I see folks rolling.
Yeah, it's starting to sprinkle a little bit. It's starting.
Must be coming down.
Yeah, it is.
Tyler Naquin takes a fastball. And a foul just past Mike Sarbaugh, coaching at third. Naquin over his last 11 games has 11 hits. 7 runs scored, 7 runs batted in. And the 0-2 chopped towards third. Freeze backhands it. Unloads and gets Naquin for out number 2. Stat of the game is brought to you by Buick. Most home runs since last year's All-Star break. Aaron Judge number 1. Look who's number 2.
Yeah, since the All-Star break, right. Remember the kind of half that Frankie had. Then you got 3 of the Indians in the top, what is it, 8? And they don't consider themselves power hitters.
Rain falling, more and more folks are headed for the, and that's it. Here comes the home plate umpire Bill Miller, the crew chief, says, let's get it on, fellas, and look at them rolling out there.
Well, they knew it was coming, so I heard a whistle.
Grounds crews got their hands full, and the head grounds creeper,
Brandon
Kinky, went down with an injury, and he's being helped off the field and into the Indians dugout.
Looked like he blew out a hammy.
Well, they're going to have to work without their captain now.
Yes, they are. They'll be fine.
And they've got to work in a hurry, because every time it has rained today,
it's come down.
It has poured like the end of the world. And so that rain is coming down in torrents. So once again, we are in a rain delay. We were an hour late getting started, and we'll be delayed, hopefully not long here tonight. And that's the one thing that we saw it earlier when we waited the hour to get the game underway. The showers that came, they came with great intensity, but they didn't last very long.
Right. Well, they knew this one was coming. They were waiting for it. That's why they didn't let it go on or try and finish that inning out. So they have it covered. They'll stake it down. And we're going to end up waiting a little bit longer.
We've played not quite an hour, and we're in the bottom of the third, and the Pirates out to an early 4-0 lead. So we'll take a timeout. We'll regroup, come back with more from Progressive Field right after this. A delay of just over 20 minutes. And hopefully it's the last one of the night.
Hopefully. Yeah, Lindor will be hitting with an 0-1 count and 2 outs here in the third. So he threw about 4 or 5 pitches and he's ready to roll.
Lindor trying to limber up himself. Indians have just 1 hit so far. A 2-out single by Melky Cabrera in the second inning. They trail 4-0 here in the third. And 1 pitch. And that'll end the inning. 3 complete. Pittsburgh 4, Cleveland nothing. We go to the 4th inning. And it will be the bottom third of the Pirates' order 2 up against Corey Kluber. Pittsburgh scoring all 4 runs in the second inning after some disastrous defense by the Indians. They should have been out of the inning not once but twice. And before it was all said and done, Pittsburgh had struck for 4 runs. Again, we apologize for the technical difficulties we are experiencing. Guys are working as hard as they can to restore the picture. For those of you who are listening, I guess just on audio only right now, we'll try to get that cleared up as soon as possible. Jose Ramirez throwing out David Freese for the first out here in the 4th inning. And Josh Harrison will be the batter, and it was Harrison who hit an 0-2 pitch for a 3-run homer in that second inning. Kluber the line on the pitch and a fastball in there for strike 1.
Yeah, Harrison's been out since the 15th of July with the left hamstring. Left that game when they were playing the Brewers.
Fastball up and in, spun him out of the way, and it will even the count at 1 ball, 1 strike. Indians play Josh Harrison straight up on the infield. Outfield shades him a bit toward right. And the 1-1 is fouled off to the right side. Pretty good crowd at the outset. Some of them have either headed for the exits or they're just tucked back underneath. I think that's probably the case.
I think so.
Fastball and just missed off the outside corner by about the width of a baseball. And it's 2-2. Bill Miller, the crew chief, calling the balls and strikes tonight. The line in the 2-2, and he had him reaching for it. He's able to get just a piece of it, sending it back to the screen.
Well, that's a good job of fouling off a tough pitch to stay alive for just one more pitch. Corey made him look really bad on a breaking ball in his first at bat, but when he got to 0-2, he ended up hitting one out.
The 2-2, low and away with a cutter and a full count. On the line of the payoff pitch. Had him reaching for it, and he just slaps it right back up the middle into center field. And a line drive, 1-out single for Josh Harrison, who is now 2 for 2 on the night.
Hitting now for Pittsburgh, number
Now that's going to bring up Jordy Mercer. And the Pirates shortstop lined a double into the left field corner with 2 outs in the second inning, and would later come around to score the 4th run of that frame. Mercer, in his last 8 games now, has 10 hits in 23 at bats.
Yeah, and with his double in the second inning, he has 24 doubles now on the season.
Yeah, 5 of those doubles have been among his last 10 overall hits. Now Kluber's 0-1 is swung on and missed. Jordy Mercer finds himself in an 0-2 hole. That's low on ball 2 strikes. Jordy Mercer was a 3rd-round pick of the Pirates a decade ago. Made his major league debut in 2012 and has been pretty durable. He's played 149 and 145 games in each of the last 2 seasons respectively. Low and away, 2-2. We talk about what Francisco Lindor has accomplished from a power standpoint as a shortstop. Jordy Mercer hit 14 home runs last year. That's the 4th highest single season total by a Pirates shortstop, and the most since Jay Bell hit 16 in 1991.
Wow. That's nowadays, when you, especially the last few years, it's those shortstop, second baseman, middle infielders that are
going to drop in, and the Pirates have 2 on with 1 out. Just a little bloop from Jordy Mercer, and he's 2 for 2. So the bottom of the Pirates order is a combined 4 for 4 when you talk about Josh Harrison and Jordy Mercer.
That ball got in on him, but it was elevated, and they enabled him to get enough of it to get it into the outfield over Kipnis' head and in front of Cabrera. So back-to-back singles and back to the top of the lineup now for the 3rd time, and we're only in the 4th inning.
And Corey Kluber will face Corey Dickerson, who singled in the 1st and walked in the 2nd. Rain falling once again. Down and in. Not sure on the prospects that the Pirates had to give up to trade for Dickerson. I assume they have to be good prospects. Daniel Hudson, a pitcher, Tristan Gray, an infielder. Because you're talking about an all-star a year ago. You wouldn't think that Tampa would have just given him away. And a big bouncing ball to Kipnis. He goes to Lindor for 1, back to first. No chance at a double play. Dickerson can really motor, but there are 2 down in the inning. Player profile brought to you by Levin Furniture. Starling Marte with a 16-game streak. That's tied for the longest in the National League this year with Freddie Freeman of Atlanta.
Yeah, and when you watch him hit, he takes up a lot of that batter's box, and you watch his front foot. He doesn't really stride forward. He just rocks back a little bit and has very quick hands to the baseball. You will not see a big stride whatsoever.
And he lines one right up the middle.
And they are quick to the baseball, man. Those hands. He can hit a fastball.
Josh Harrison scores to make it 5-0. Marte with his 2nd run batted in on the night, give him 51 on the year.
Yeah, you can see why he's swinging it so well, Matt. Again, though, it wasn't a well-placed fastball. It was running in, but it was a good pitch for him to hit. He shoots it by Lindor, so a 2-out base hit for Marte makes it 5-zip. 51 ribbies on the year for him.
Gregory Polanco. I mean, Marte is no small fry, but he had 6'1". He's a junior-sized Polanco who goes 6'5" and jolts this one off the top of the wall and left. That's going to get 2 more home as Dickerson and Marte both score. And into third, they're going to wave him, and they'll stop there. Originally, Joey Cora was waving him home, but he had to stop. It'll be a 2-run triple for Polanco, and the Pirates have opened up a 7-0 lead. They are rolling right now offensively.
Yeah, the fastballs, they're getting too much of the plate. They already have 9 hits. And I mean, they're hitting the ball with authority. And there is no mercy. It's a 7-0 ball game here, and he was thinking about it inside the Parker. It came close to getting.
What did this hit, Arch?
The out-of-town scoreboard, I think, was it up higher than that?
It just took such a weird.
I lost it in the lights and couldn't really see it, to be honest with you.
McAllister up again.
I thought it was going to be a home run, to tell you the truth, because he smoked that ball.
Well, Polanco just missed a home run in the 2nd inning when Melky Cabrera went to the wall and right and made a heck of a catch. But here in the 4th, nobody can catch that one, and he drives in 2 with a triple. Elias Diaz 0 for 2 to the plate. And he swings and misses, strike 1. Now, this this Pittsburgh team has been playing well. And it's funny, you think about, remember when we saw Cincinnati rolling in here, they were playing really well at the time and won the first 2 in that series. They have since cooled off, but you know, we say it a lot, it's not cliche. Sometimes it's when you play a team.
That is so true.
And they caught the Reds when they were hot, and they have caught Pittsburgh at a time when you can't get much better than the way they've been playing. Now, who knows if this will lead to anything for Pittsburgh if they can maintain this long enough to really get themselves back in the thick of things. They're only 4 back in that wild card race.
Well, the funny thing, after 100 games last year, Matt, they were 50-50.
Really?
Just
so they're right
now,
there again.
with this 9-game winning streak, it put them 1 game better than what they were last year at this point.
Well, Arch, the amazing thing is Neil Huntington just 2 weeks ago, 2.5 weeks ago, went on his own radio show and said they most likely were going to probably have to sell off. Just this past Sunday, yesterday, he said, well, now the way they're playing, they got to keep playing great or he's going to still probably have to do it because of what's going on in the National League Central right now.
Corey Kluber gets a big strikeout that he needed to get out of this inning. 3 more for the Bucks. And the Pirates are up 7-0. The Drive Report presented by GMC. Al Pulaski and Jensen Lewis will go over the central storylines, plays of the week, look at the new relievers. Kids casters will make their appearance, and it's all coming up. Plays of the week will actually be the plays of the first half. So,
oh, nice.
The extended mix.
And there has to be a lot of them.
Yeah, there have been some good ones.
There sure has.
This would not make the cut so far. Unless you're wearing black and gold. Well, Michael Brantley leads off. Grounds crew is going to have their hands full tonight because it would appear that the umpires want to try to power through.
Yeah.
And the field is going to get saturated in a hurry because the rain's coming down at a pretty decent clip.
Yeah, they're going to earn their money, absolutely. But hey, that happens sometimes. You got to play through it. You can't sit and wait for it to be, you know, not rain. So there's sometimes you just got to get after it.
Fouled right back.
We went our last homestand of 10 games and didn't even see the tarp one time. We come here and it's been on and off probably 3 or 4 times since 3 o'clock. So different week, different results.
Yeah, I kidded with Jim Folk on that last homestand. I said, you're stealing money. But he just texted me. He said, we're earning it tonight. Williams, did he get to the bat? Yes, he had to reach far back, and he did get his foot to retire Brantley. Injury report brought to you by the attorneys at Elk and Elk. If you missed our coverage at the top of the telecast, we spoke extensively about Andrew Miller, who pitched yesterday. He's going to go on an every other day basis and then hopefully pitch back-to-back over the weekend.
Yep.
Just trying to build the arm strength back up to where when he is ready to rejoin the club, he rejoins the club without any sort of handcuffs or parameters. And so that's
it's going to take a while because he's missed a bunch of time. So, you know, that arm strength may take longer than what we think.
I'm thinking the night's over for Corey Kluber. Zach McAllister has just resumed throwing in the bullpen.
Yeah, it doesn't surprise me at all.
Outside on Jose Ramirez, who lined out to second his first time up. And a foul right back. The 1-2. Ever have any issues playing in rain like this?
Oh,
ever bother you?
Yeah, it bothers you. It's not a lot of fun. I mean, you play, and I mean, these fields, believe me, they can take a lot more than when I played on the fields. But it's not an easy thing to do, but you got to do your best. You don't try and.
You see Williams, he chucked that one aside. He goes, give me a new baseball. Now, home plate umpire Bill Miller says, I need a whole new batch. Give me as many baseballs as you can.
That's what you're going to do. You're going to replace a lot. When it's hit on the ground, you know, you'll throw them out, the moisture on them. They're going to go through a lot of baseballs tonight. And, you know, the tough things, pitchers, you're going to see them go to the cleats to keep the mud out. The infielders the same way. But you can see it. Out in the warning track, you don't worry about that. That's where you can go drop a fishing line on it if you have a long inning.
3-2 ground ball. This is Mercer with that shift on 2-1.
Sort of frustrating more than anything, you know, when you get out there, because you just got to be cautious.
Right.
You know, you can't go too fast, and your first step, you've got to be just a little safe than sorry. Let me put it that way.
Yandy Diaz, second at bat of the night. Six for 12 since getting the call up from AAA, but more than likely will be sent back tomorrow with the Indians calling up Shane Bieber to rejoin the starting rotation. Now the 1-1, and it's slicing foul out of play. The reason I ask you is because, you know, some guys, bad weather doesn't bother them. Some guys play better. They just feel like I'm a mutter. I'm better in bad weather. I was watching something. Troy Aikman said he could not throw a wet football. Yeah. As big as that guy was in the NFL, he said, I couldn't. When the ball was wet, he goes, I was terrible. Diaz bangs one to deep center, but Marte tracks it down. And the Indians go 1-2-3, 7 straight, retired by Pirates right-hander Trevor Williams. Indians baseball is brought to you by the 2019 Kia Sorento, the perfect getaway vehicle. Visit KiaDealers.com to learn more. And by Levin Furniture. For the best deals on furniture and mattresses, shop Levin's.
Well, the Cleveland Clinic call to the bullpen has been made by Terry Francona. Zach McAllister will come on to pitch here in the 5th inning. Corey Kluber went 4 innings, allowed 7 runs on 9 hits. But in many ways, he deserved a better fate.
Yeah, I mean, they did hit the ball hard on him, but the 2nd inning, he should have been out of. He wasn't. But you have to pitch your way through it. He couldn't. And he ended up putting on a 4 spot. But in the 4th inning, man, they just hit the baseball very hard in that inning.
You saw Shane Bieber talking with Terry Francona. He'll make the start tomorrow night for the Indians against Joe Musgrove of Pittsburgh. And we'll be, weather permitting, we'll be on at 7 o'clock with all the action tomorrow night.
I'm no weatherman, but I thought tomorrow was going to be worse than today.
Well, then we're glad you're no weatherman.
Thank you. But everybody with a cell phone is a weather person, aren't they?
That's true. We all think we know what it's going to do, but even the people who do this for a living don't know for sure. They make their best educated guess. But down the left field line, slicing into the corner, and foul by a few feet.
Well, that lake that sits out there very close to here makes it awfully difficult to predict what it's going to do. We've been around here long enough. And it was even more difficult when we were playing on the lakefront. You know, before we moved here in 2004 or 1994.
Well, for one thing, if it rained, you were done. That field couldn't take any water.
Well, it could, but that's what I'm saying. When you ask how do you play, we used to play through puddles out there because they never had drainage.
Up high, 1-2. Colin Moran 1 for 2 with a base hit, struck out his last time up. A little bit outside, 2-2. To me, the most amazing thing about the modern day stadiums, in particular this playing surface, the field, is what we witnessed earlier in the game. And I wonder, like, in the old stadium, what would that have looked like when they dumped the tarp and they dump all the water into the outfield?
Yeah.
It looks like literally there's a small lake in the outfield grass.
There is.
And within a couple of minutes, it's gone. It's just sucked into those drains underneath.
They have the great drainage systems in these ballparks.
Where would they have dumped the water in the old stadium?
You don't. It's crowned. It used to be crowned. There was never.
Down on strikes goes Moran. So it would have just run off right into the dugout and down into the drains.
Yeah. Well, you saw what happened when we went to Baltimore the one time. The dugout was filled with water.
Yeah, because the drain backed up.
And the drain backed up, and it was too much water at one time, and they had to go in behind home plate. They couldn't even use the dugouts.
Well, that's the way it was. I remember in old Yankee Stadium.
Yes.
And before they redid Fenway.
Yeah, that's right.
Everything ran right down into the dugouts. Man, this guy swings it like he means it. Josh Bell has his first hit of the night. As Andre said before, how did this guy get out of the Irving, Texas area
without a face mask,
without a football helmet? Yeah,
a face mask on his baseball helmet. I'll tell you what, he low-bridged McAllister. He had to get down in a hurry.
At 6'5", 235 pounds, he's got to be one of the bigger baseball players, you would think. The neat thing for a guy like Josh Bell is that he's a switch hitter, and last year he set National League a record for most home runs by a switch hitting rookie and fell one shy of the major league record held by Eddie Murray. Double play ball to Lindor. There's 1 and 2. Halfway through, Indians down 7. Yonder Alonso, Melky Cabrera, and Jason Kipnis to bat for the Indians here in the 5th. But so far, Trevor Williams has shut him out on just 1 hit. A bit outside. Alonso hitting .309 over his last 15 games. In the dirt. And he pulls that foul over by the Pirates dugout. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Alonso leading off the bottom of the 5th for the Pirates. Or for the Indians. That's Joe Musgrove, who tried to grab that ball in his hat. He's a starter tomorrow for Pittsburgh. Fastball in off the plate. Ball 4, first walk issued by Williams, and the Indians have their leadoff man aboard. Time for our great clip of the game. Game 7 of the 1960 World Series. The first World Series ended with a home run. Bill Mazeroski made it 10-9 Pittsburgh.
Yes, indeed. How about that one?
In 7 games over the vaunted New York Yankees of Mickey Mantle and Yogi. That was Yogi Berra in left field watching that thing sail over the wall. Melky Cabrera had the Indians' only hit back in the 2nd inning. Even though it wasn't in a Game 7, is Joe Carter still the only other man to end the World Series on a home run? What was that, 93 against the Phillies?
Yeah.
Now the 1-1 in the air. Shallow left. Dickerson. 1 away. The crazy thing about that 1960 World Series is the Yankees blew them out. Look at the 3 games the Yankees won. They won by a score of 38-3 combined. But the Pirates won 4. They won the close ones, and that's all that mattered.
Yeah, it's not how many runs you score. You're right. I was going to say the game before that was a rout, I believe, in 6, but. That's all it counts. The first 1-4.
One of my favorite all-time stories came out of that World Series. Back then, the announcers for each team would combine and announce the World Series. So Bob Prince and Mel Allen, the legendary voice of the Yankees, got together and they did the television broadcast of the World Series. And it got to Game 7, and it got late. And the Yankees were leading going into the bottom of the 8th. And they said, Prince, you got to go, or they said Mel Allen is going to go down and do the Yankees if they win.
Yeah, in case they win, right.
And then I think the Pirates went ahead in the bottom of the 8th. And so Bob Prince is then told, oh, he grabbed that in fair territory and threw it wide of the mark. And so now the Indians have 2 on with 1 out. I think if he lets it go, it's going to be foul.
That was not a wise decision because he had to wait for Kipnis to get down the line first of all. And I thought the ball might have hit his foot. Nope. Yeah, he should have let it go. It was on the line, probably going foul.
And Bell did wise just to get his hand out of the way.
You got to get out of the way because he has no throwing lane. You know, I mean, the runner's going down. He's on the right side of the line. He's got to flip it over him, and that's a really dangerous play for the first baseman. So it'll go as an infield single.
So 2 on 1 out for Yan Gomes as the Indians try to mount some sort of a comeback. Down 7-0 here in the 5th. And Gomes sends a high pop on the infield. And Harrison makes the catch, and there are 2 down. So anyway, to try to make a long story short, they send Bob Prince from the broadcast booth down to the Pirates dugout, or down to their clubhouse. He's going to do interviews if they win the game. But he gets down there, and the Yankees tie it in the top of the 9th. He gets down to the clubhouse, and they say, hey, get back up to the booth, because if the Yankees win it, Mel Allen's going to the Yankee clubhouse, and you have to be up in the booth. So he races back up into the booth. But in Old Forbes Field, you couldn't see the field when you were going up the stairs because it was on the backside of the stadium. So he has no idea what's going on. He gets back to the booth, and as soon as he gets up to the top stairs, the door opens up and says, you guys won it. Get back down there. You're interviewing the Pirates. He races all the way back down to the clubhouse. He gets in there. Guys are jumping up and hugging each other. They hand him a microphone. Light goes on. Boom, you're on. He's standing there with Bill Mazeroski. And he says, Maz, how's it feel to be a member of the world champion Pirates? And he says, great, it feels great. All right, thanks. And he moves on.
Are you kidding? He never saw the home run.
He had no idea. He had the greatest story in baseball history there. And he said later, I blew it. He said if somebody had just had the presence of mind to tell me what had happened, but he never knew. until much, much later. 7-0 Pirates through 5. Well, we're right back here tomorrow night, game 2 of this series. Shane Bieber, Joe Musgrove, the matchup. Our coverage begins at 6:30 with Indians Live, and all the action just after 7 right here on Sports Time Ohio, or streaming live on Fox Sports Go. Jack McAllister stays on for a second inning of relief work. The rain has stopped. But the Indians have been soaked so far tonight. 4 in the second for Pittsburgh, all unearned runs. And they added 3 more in the 4th after our second rain delay of the night. We were delayed 55 minutes to start, and then another 27-minute delay in the bottom of the 3rd. No fastball strike, 2-1.
Yeah, it's a little unfortunate because, like you said at the outset, the crowd, we had a nice crowd. They were into it. And then all of a sudden, the rain put a little damper on it.
Yeah, well, first the Indians defense put a damper on it.
Well, that's true, too.
Kind of let the air out of the balloon.
But
that second inning.
I mean, you're still into it 4-0 in the second inning.
Yeah. Threw it right by him. Good pitch by McAllister. Second strikeout. Mid-game recap brought to you by your local Toyota dealers. Josh Harrison took advantage when it turned into a 5-out second. 3-run homer. And then Starling Marte with an RBI single, and Gregory Polanco with a 2-run triple. That was in the 4th inning. Jordy Mercer 2 for 2, a single, a double, and a run scored.
Sent along some birthday wishes. Phil Miller of Tiffin is 75. Happy birthday to you, Phil. And Gary and Terry Slaybaugh of Astabula celebrating their 45th wedding anniversary. Congratulations.
In the air to center. Tyler Naquin runs it down, 2 away.
Now to the plate for the Pirates, left fielder Corey Dickerson.
Dickerson, another solid year. Hitting .316, has 11 homers, 42 RBI, 23 doubles, 5 triples.
To left, Brantley. A 1-2-3, 6th inning for Zach McAllister.
Tribetown MVPs presented by Cleveland Clinic's Children's is the official fan club of the Indians for kids 6 to 14. And he says still having fun. Memberships are just $20 and they include invitations to exclusive events and tribe gear. Visit Indians.com for more info. And why not have some fun, young man? Get after it. He's got his finger there. Lindor jersey on.
Got his own dance.
Yes, sir.
Top of the order, speaking of Lindor. Bottom of the 6th. Frankie is 0 for 2. That's fly to center, fly to right. And that's inside 1-1. Back out of play.
As I told you earlier, in his last start, Williams went just 5 innings. He didn't allow a run, but 4 hits. Start before that, it was 2 1/3 innings, gave up 5 runs against Philly. Start before that, 4 2/3. So he's trying to go 6 innings for the first time, and this is being 4 starts.
That's that one in front of the plate.
Very first time pitching against the Indians, and he's shown some pretty good stuff, moving it around, in and out, changing speeds, a little slider, doesn't throw a lot of sinker, a split change. It's allowed just 2 hits.
And this one goes right to Mercer. You know, it's weird. You look at a guy like Williams and you say to yourself, well, you know, Philadelphia bombed him out of the game in the 3rd inning.
Yeah.
Against San Diego, he couldn't get out of the 5th.
Right.
But against Milwaukee back on June 18th, he went 7 one-hit shutout innings. So
yeah,
it's there. It's just maybe the consistency. I mean, against the, well, it was the White Sox, not a great offensive club, but he had 7 shutout innings there.
You know, I guess the funny thing is they're rolling offensively, and sometimes if the starter can get some runs early, it makes it a little easier on them. You know, because we were talking before the game, we're looking at their starters' records, and they're all basically 500. I know the team's a game over 500, but
yeah, but nobody jumps out at you is what
Yeah,
trying to
exactly.
save it.
No one's
Yeah.
like that master that goes out there and has a 10-3 record or something like that. But this offense is rolling for the Pirates, and that makes pitching a lot easier when that offense can get you some early.
Tom Prince, the bench coach, in front of Clint Hurdle, former catcher and a minor league manager himself. Jose Ramirez 0 for 2 on the night. Man, that's a little low. Gets away into the backstop. Got a piece of the umpire, Bill Miller, right off his shoe top. And so it's a 3-0 count for Ramirez. And I think we're going to get some action now in the Pittsburgh bullpen on the wild pitch.
Yeah, it almost gets him on the back leg.
Him on 4 straight. So you've got 2 on with 1 out, a chance to get on the board, maybe make something happen here. Yandy Diaz with Yonder Alonso to follow. Diaz 0 for 2 tonight. Last time up, though, he hit a ball to center field. It didn't look like much initially, but it carried all the way to about the middle of the warning track.
Yeah, he caught a low breaking ball his last time up and was able to get the bat head out a little bit more.
And that's outside, ball 1. Light rain falling once again, and that's going to bring out
Ray Searage,
the pitching coach.
And he wants to talk to him. He knows now after that walk, and he hears him, being a little critical on himself after 7-0 lead. Hey, look, relax, settled in.
And they're also going to get the bullpen busy.
Yes.
Richard Rodriguez will begin to loosen.
Well, and that's that bullpen out there for Pittsburgh had an outstanding weekend in Cincinnati after the All-Star break. 8 2/3 of shutout baseball. Didn't walk anybody.
Yeah.
13 punchies. They were very good.
They're on a pretty good roll.
Yes.
Diaz, a line drive, base hit in the left field. Coming into third and held there is Brantley. So the Indians have loaded them up with 1 out here in the 6th inning. And now a real good opportunity to at least get themselves back in the game.
That was a curveball. But he leaves it middle of the plate, and Diaz, what it does, it speeds his bat up, and he smokes it in the hole. Hit it too hard, they can only move up 90 feet. But now they have an opportunity to get on the board and cut into this 7-0 lead. Rally time.
Yonder Alonso walked his last time up. breaking ball out of the strike zone. He chased it. And that's the one thing that we've noticed at times with Alonso. He gets into these opportunity situations, and sometimes his aggressiveness works against him. And again, it wasn't a strike, and he's in the hole 0-2.
And there was another off-speed pitch. He's got to, you know, tighten it up and tone it down to where, yeah, that was off the plate. You're in the driver's seat here with bases loaded and 1 out. Find that one strike that you can do some damage with before you have to start swinging at pitches that are out away from the plate.
Pulls it foul. Brantley's at third, Ramirez at second, Diaz at first. Yonder Alonso the batter with Melky Cabrera to follow. In the dirt, gets away, but not far enough for anybody to move.
Yeah, no chances can be made. Down by 7. When Hurdle's starting to pace, he's saying, boy, this is a nice comfortable game here. Let's go. Let's keep it simple.
8 grand slams for the Indians this year. One of them by Yonder Alonso. In fact, he hit the first for the Indians this year.
Right. Opening day.
Off Big Maple.
Their second game of the season.
Struck him out. 2 down.
Well, took something off.
But that's a product of getting yourself in an 0-2 hole when you didn't swing at a strike.
That is his first strikeout tonight that I can see. Yeah, that's an at-bat where you get yourself out there.
And now Melky Cabrera 1 for 2. And he shoots it foul, back out of play. Since returning to the ball club, Cabrera is 6 for 14. A fastball, bottom part of the zone, but just missing, says Bill Miller. It's 1-1.
Well, a pretty darn good pitch right there, but it's called low. He had a good look at it.
And a foul, back out of play. And now Cabrera's in the hole 1-2. That face kind of says it all. That's been the.
He wants to see a 2-out base hit is what he wants.
But that's been the night for the Indians. It's just been a night of
frustration. He was sitting in between a couple of Pirate fans too.
That doesn't help.
He better get up and move. There's a lot of empty seats.
Bases loaded, 2 down, and a 1-2 pitch from Williams. And that's pop foul on the play. Rain is falling about as heavy as it has since the last rain delay. Diaz taking his time, going through the signs. And now Melky says, geez, let's go, guys. And now they're going to go out and talk it over. That's one way to avoid miscommunication. So what do you want to throw here? Just tell me.
Right.
Are we going to want to?
Yeah, that's exactly right.
Not have to worry with all the signs. Still an opportunity, though, for the Indians to make some noise. The 1-2. And a ground ball gets him out of the inning. Whoa, he threw it low, and Bell did a great job to backhand pick it. Otherwise, that could have been a disaster. But the Indians leave them loaded here in the 6th. Your local Toyota dealers. Visit buyatoyota.com. Toyota, let's go places. And by the injury lawyers at Elk & Elk. Proud partners of the Cleveland Indians. Call 1-800-ELK, Ohio. Mother Nature is pretty much undefeated, and she is winning again here tonight.
I'll tell you one thing, this ground crew, they're working for every dime they're getting tonight.
This is our 3rd delay of the night. And Travis Barnhill, the acting grounds crew chief, took over for Brandon Kankey when he went down with an injury tonight. How often have we ever said that?
Never.
That might be a first.
Yeah, it is. It is a first.
Hopefully Brandon's
doubt.
okay, but he went down with an apparent leg injury. Had to be helped off the field. There's
Looks
Travis
like a hamstring to me.
talking it over with Jim Falk, and been a rough night for the boys on the grounds crew. On and off and on and off with the tarp.
And that's not an easy thing to do. Once that thing gets water on it, you got to empty it and get the field ready. They've done a wonderful job, but they're probably thinking, all right, look it, make your decision. You either rain or you stop, one of the two.
So our 3rd delay of the night has begun as they stake down the tarp. We're going to wait it out for you. In the meantime, here's Jimmy Hanlon with Pin Shot.